Okay, Lord. You. Godo sucks? No, why? Godo is amazing. I love Godo. What's up, Brostinson? Golden, Bacon, Family Guy. You broke your phone? How? Or I just want to grab the hat. Godo is great. Well, Godo isn't in this game, so he's already in jail. I just went to grab a drink for today. I would have started a little earlier, but I just woke up just now. You dropped in the bath and the speakers are broken? Oh no! Do you try the rice? You put the phone in rice. So that's what the usual solution is when it comes to broken, like dropping a phone in water. Where's my camera? There we go. Hello. Make sure to like the stream. Are you guys ready? So today is case number 2. It's a bit squeaky, you can hear all of it. I don't remember you, of course. The only time I won't remember people from the chat is if they don't come in for like 3 months and they change their username and profile picture and expect me to recognize it. That's the only time I wouldn't remember anyone. I usually try to remember as many people's name. Yes, today we play Ace Attorney, case number 2 of game number 2. It seems it's a like a continuation or something, or explanation of case number. So there was a case in the first game. I want to use the DLC costume. Watching yesterday visiting island stream. Yes. So we want our characters to wear the DLC costumes today. So there's DLC costumes that can only be worn in game number 2. Hey, Auntie, you didn't come for 3 months? I don't think it's been 3 months. Has it? Nah. Yes, we've turned on the DLC outfits. Hey, Santa, you want to know how this resolves? Yes! Resolves, right? Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. So for those who don't know what the Clouded Kokoro is, this was case number 3. No, was it case 3? It was case 3 or 4 in the first game, called The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. What console is this for? I'm playing on the Switch. I know it's available on Steam, and I think PlayStation also. Yeah, one of the cases called Adventures of the Clouded Kokoro. We Naruhodo defend Soseki Natsume, like a Japanese student visiting England for the death of some like round lady called Olive Green. Well, she's not even dead. She was in a coma, but we found out that the landlords that live upstairs was the one that the landlord's wife was the one that threw the knife outside the window and it landed on the girl. So this case will probably solve one thing: who the victim is, because she's not dead. and two, who the extra characters were. There was this jester character and this like other old guy, and we never found out anything about them. They were like completely useless. Everything about that case was weird. Yeah, we don't know who the victim was. We've never met her. She was like asleep the whole time. She woke up by the end of the case, but we never met her. We don't know who those two characters were. This is very strange. So let's see what happens. Maybe this will explain it all. Bespoke tailor? What? Oh, because I'm using the new outfit. Let's see.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
So this is that other
As
case.
the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been
resolved in that last case we did.
But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day.
Oh no.
Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
So the Reaper's curse did happen.
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
A freaking clown, of course. Why is he wearing Giselle's hat? Just kidding. Yeah, so we only had to deal with one case. And on the last episode where we were playing as what's this, Susato, Soseki-san mentioned a second case which we didn't play, so I was like, what? I guess he's the victim? I don't know. But he's alive, so I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Or is the jester dead? My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out my journey. 6 months ago I arrived as a student of law, having made a long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to London, England. On the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Yeah, thumbs up the stream if you can. And this is our room. Oh, Susato-san's desk is empty. Currently reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, where I run my legal consultancy of sorts, alone, sad. I successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago, I haven't returned to the courtroom. Oh, in truth, I lost my right to return. What, the last case? Nani? What was that? But that epic trial was just small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Is this after the last case or after that Kokoro case? Rumble. Dots. What a delicious smell wafting from upstairs. Ew, I hate the word wafting. Must be nearly time for breakfast. I'll better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite. Oh. Time for breakfast. Time to see Mr. Sholmes. And say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. August 30th. Oh wow, so yeah, so this is what straight up like 2 weeks after Susato's the last case. What's that noise? That means it's after everything, after the 5th case and everything. Has anything changed in the last few months? Was that moist? Wafting.
Oh, Bruno, good. I was just about to go call up to you. The bacon's ready.
Oh, bacon? Sure. Good morning, Iris. Smells delicious as usual. Just been sleeping and eating here like nobody's business. Before we eat... Oh, there's the DLC costume. Shh. Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. He's still wearing the gloves, though. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation. Repelling mental stimulation. Whoa, my dear fellow. You're the famous detective auntie. Oh, Bacon, you say, oh no, your friends, your family. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah yes, I see. Ew! 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 Oh! No, it's like, bro. Naruhodo just woke up, Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god. He's the opposite of cross-eyed. Look at the dead eyes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're a bit too close. Smooching time is later. Jump scare. The truth is as clear as day to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What? What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo! You have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? I mean, I would say that was very surprising. The smooch first thing in the morning. Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt. Maybe I'm just becoming a hobo, that's what. Somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Wow, rude. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Whoa. Clearly, when considered all together, there's two facts point to you have been flustered this morning. Dots. Can I talk now? But of course, I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. Oh! What happened last night? The string just started, right? We just started like just now. We've been talking to Herlock for like 3 minutes. Whoa. What happened last night? By you! Oh! Oh! What happened last night? I want to know. He ripped the button off? Oh wait, he has his machine back. From the pawn store. Oh my. No, Iris, don't listen.
Hurry, pull your button off. I know why. I won't say it though.
Nuts! Don't expose me in front of my daughter. Ah yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? Wait, you mean to say Mr. Sholmes ripped off, for some reason, after supper at night? Ripped off Naruhodo's clothes. Button. As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began playing the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string is snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped off its proper place. Well, I like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me they expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. Nice. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is this whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Harry, Ruru said he when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
I literally said it in his face. That's... Well, that's really a surprise. Wow. Great detective, my foot, my booty. Yes. This man is the pride of the British Empire. I don't think he is. He probably really isn't. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. I don't think Barrow. Well, Barrow didn't know who he was. Barrow is uncultured.
Alright then, enough of the silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. Truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is published in Run's magazine. Are they still the same age as the last game? Because technically it's still the same year. Yes, it's the same. So Sato's still there. So, Mr. Naruto, why don't you put us out of your misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really?
That's right, and she has some rather startling news, in fact. Oh god. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun!
This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning. By international post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful handwriting. I wish I could read it.
How is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
Got above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume! Natsume! No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and mustache. You already said he had a mustache.
He didn't have 2 mustaches, Harry.
Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. You just forgot. Although I must confess the details are a little hazy now. Very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what is this startling news penned by Mr. Sato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. It's very interesting, yo. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sato asked if we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mr. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says, and something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case then!
What case?
It was very strange, wasn't it?
Oh no. Don't play the clown music, I swear to God. You gotta stop with this clown music. Yes.
and I had compiled the whole story into a nice neat manuscript ready for publication too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. The story must not be published, he said, very mysteriously as well.
Really, I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Osato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? He knows something for sure. They even had a private discussion before she left. Oh.
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it's just he's suffering from a high fever, the cause of it which was unknown. He's not dead. According to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she could make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Mr. Sato's father is hiding.
Hurley, do you know what it's all about?
I'm pretty sure he knows, but I don't know. Aha! Suspicioso. Hey, what's up, Stone? Yeah, I'm chilling, just enjoying this game. Oh, well, who can say? Who can say? What, but you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is surprisingly full today. No, it's not. A stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man at the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later.
Adios, amigos. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found him at last.
Iris, are they...
The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Part 2. Do you want to read them, Bruno?
Dots. Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I had no idea what secrets could be still hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened, our investigation, the fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail, I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world, because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. What? Why? I can't be a lawyer anymore? What's the point of me being here? Wait, so like even after the... So this was after the 5th case too? And then I couldn't... What the hell? It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident had unfolded in the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement on Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but By a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful joy and jubilation was the man's reaction after the trial, and his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato-san and I was summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. Oh, so we get to meet the victim at last. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Ew, there's a rat on the floor! 21st February, so this was 6 months before. Saint Bartholomew. It's a different hospital from the last one. Oh my, here we go. There you are at last. Why did you keep playing this clown music? Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. If they tell me this olive girl is part of the circus, I'm gonna cry a lot. I think not. Oh! So sad. Oh my god. Your outfit. Oh my goodness.
Oh!
You're late! What would have took you so long?
Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. It's a 20-minute ride to the hospital.
That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made it very good time. Time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what felt like an eternity. Huh? In point of fact, I found myself awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust, that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Ew. Are those her? Is that her knees or her stomach? I honestly don't know. You should introduce yourselves from here, and I shall observe from here. Wow. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with her knife in her back.
Her name is... Ah yes, here we are. Miss Green.
I don't want to talk to her. Can we investigate the painting on the floor? Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. What the hell? Ah yes, a picture.
Ah yes, a picture of a young gentleman.
Oh no, he's a painter. Bad sign. Painter, bad sign. We've seen a painter before in these games. Didn't end well. They both got poisoned. He looks to be around the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone. Do you think?
My, Mr. Naruhodo. Didn't know you had a sense for matters at the heart.
Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought. They must be doing it, is what I thought. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it?
Ah, I don't think this is decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses.
Really? It's not exactly what you'd call typical figure for what a purpose though, is it?
No, I suppose. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
See, it's called thick. Well, if you want to draw a full-figure person, it's the right tool for the job. Oh, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo?
You know, I seem to remember seeing almost an identical sign at the local park.
For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. There are a lot of bottles in the cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you are a patient here, I'm sure you take some medicine by mistake when you're half asleep.
That's a worry. Well, at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy looking one.
Oh, I no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits to even what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Sato. There's no crutches here this time. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in the reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be some lock to secure the cabinets.
I don't imagine that would stop you even if you were hungry. I worry that you will break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mr. Sato. An enormous mouse! Vermin in a hospital, that doesn't seem to be the best.
It looks to be a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
Not sure we can say that down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking.
That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings.
She would have to be brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though.
I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her.
Alright, then let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and...
No, Mr. Naruhodo! You must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Good morning. Ew. Hello? What should she sound like? Did she just roll her eyes at me? I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan.
Well, no. Where's your knife? But are you the man who...
No, I'm a lawyer.
I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Well, now, was it your knife, Dad? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to give you our best wishes. Best wishes for me? Oh, thank you.
She has a key on her neck.
I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, it's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. What I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually.
Because this young woman seems to be very bent over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day and the fog was so thick I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Isn't that right? Yes, That's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all the time.
That case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herr Sherlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in now. Whoa!
Oh, I see.
Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should have never regained consciousness. It was selfish of me.
Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. We really are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue instead of Green. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, how could I possibly claim that? Well, no, I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at Thorndike Academy of Arts. The name of the school? Nothing more.
Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live here? Do you live hereabouts? Oh, well, no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh, well, no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away from down the ground and from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton town centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is far less a laborious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those inferior means, including the Maleficent Mr. Moustache. Inferior means, I suppose Seki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine art student to be walking in such a district. That's all. Don't. What's this? She suddenly clammed up.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young woman's private affairs.
Wow, dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly. I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Is there a Mr. Narrowfolder here? Mr. Narrowfolder? Narrowfolder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, you're the lawyer, that's me, but... Oh, Mr. Narrowfolder, good, this is for you. A message from Mr. Saucy Nutsmack. Mr. Nutsmack sent a message to me?
But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Nutsmack?
Exactly. What's going on? Is he in jail again? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time of the morning? Ah! What are you waiting for? Let me see that! Oh! Dots. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, I haven't. No, how could I have? It's so chaotic. What's wrong with you? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case called. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once.
Murder!
Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Moustache's lodgings. Wait, what?
I hit a fire once.
Oh my god, this guy. It was only yesterday Mr. Suseki-san was in court and were dispelling doubts about his innocence. Now the very next day, there's a murder at a man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. So it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. He's not dead, he's alive. Oh my god, 7 in the morning, we do deal with this. Oh no! The jester! I thought he was gonna be an annoying witness. But no, the jester's dead. What on earth? Oh no. Wait, where are the books? He's living here now, not Mr. Natsume. Mr. Natsume went back to Japan. Ah, I thought he was gonna be a witness. I didn't expect him to be the victim. My god. First Giselle, now this boy. All the blondies. Oh my dear gentleman, is deceased without question. He's dead! Why the hell are you still here? Go back to Japan. Look, I'm student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Was hoping we see more clownery. Oh god. Oh. It's okay, it's okay. The circus is dead. The clown himself is dead. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. Then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful world without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Massage. Ah! Not the terrible hell-lock sounds. Shoo! Show off! Show yourself at the door! I never invited you!
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'd be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Moustache. What can I do for you? Oh god, him. You betrayer. You're there already. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? It gives me heartburn every time I see your face at the crime scene, Mr. Holmes. Ah, I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Your potatoes are making you unhealthy. Good morning, Inspector. Lots. This is a crime scene. Don't go touching anything. Oh, good morning to you too, sunshine. We're not gonna inspect the body. Okay, let's oh my god, who do we talk to first? Oh jeez. What the hell is that? Alright, I said hands off! You're gonna mess up my crime scene! Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all! No chance, I know you're going. You mess up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some better in here, isn't there? Ah! Yeah, the smell of a dead corpse. Better talk to the inspector first to try and curry some favor. Fine. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Yeah, what? Who is that? Mr. William Shakespeare. Mr. William Shakespeare. He was a lodger here. You can probably tell he was an actor. No, he looks like a clown. A bit of a dead loss has happened, or just dead.
Mr. Shakespeare.
It was the landlord, Mr. Garrett, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found you. So that explains it. No. Well. So you don't think that freaking other guy was the freaking whatever murderer? He looks like he was poisoned. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garrett got worried and kicked the door down. Wait, so this is his room? But doesn't Mr. Garrett have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right. Just a jittery Japanese hunchback over here who actually did the kicking. Really, Soseki-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in his house. Miserable life and miserable end to it. Wait, the jester is the victim? 457! Yeah, we just got here and he's dead. The clown, the jester, he's dead. And his name is William Shakespeare. What exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so you shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because this fella looks odd or anything, or he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the the cohabitor. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again.
It certainly seems that way. He just comes across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he?
The poor man, how unfortunate.
I don't worry, can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been a gunner that long. Body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I can bring myself to touch a dead body. Oh man, I thought we'd go through the circus. I thought he was gonna be a witness too. I didn't think he was gonna be the freaking victim. Like Giselle, there's something on the floor. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for an incident on the pavement outside. Then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. Sorry, I had to sneeze. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? Don't! TV, I think it makes his appearance in the first game kinda unnecessary. Yeah, it was strange, wasn't it? The first appearance, that case, honestly, the whole case was really strange. I guess it was just set up to whatever the hell's happening in this game. But it was very strange on its own, for sure. I wonder why maybe they made it so that it could be a surprise or something. It's very, very strange, that whole case. Because the girl isn't even dead. She's alive, the victim. We talked to her just now. She's an artist, which is never a good thing. in Ace Attorney, if you're an artist, not a good thing. You see me Popeye looking dude is gonna be on the jury. I would assume that I don't think he was the murderer. I don't know. Maybe he is the murderer. I don't know. I always suspect him first because he's the one that always fighting with this guy. Or he's our client. I don't know. Nuts! I wouldn't be surprised if he was on the jury. Or a witness. Nuts! What's the message with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent question, wasn't it? What did I ask him? Oh, if the victim were his friends? Why does he seem so shaken by it? What? I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he invite me to his room? Never! In my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. Being an artist, yeah. Drew Misham, Victoria Misham, both poisoned, one's dead, one got in a coma. Robin, artist, also crazy. From that one school case. So if you're an artist in Ace Attorney, you're either dead or suspicious. What is drawing art? What? Since when?
You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruto?
Also, Susato is wearing the DLC outfit now. We put the DLC outfit on. She looks sexy. I know she's 16, whatever. You know one anime, okay. When we found him here, I felt wrecked, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Whoa! True Water Inspector over there! I see that, Sherlock. I saw that. I saw that. I see you, Mr. Sholmes. You think I didn't see you just transition in? Oh my god, the outfit is making him look even dumber. Like the DLC outfit is making him look even more dumb. Like what the hell is happening? I wonder why you magically appeared. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! You only need to observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose.
Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery?
Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I managed to deduce is what that actually happened. Sure.
My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Why do you have a feeling you will see a lot of Soseki through this game? That would be unfortunate. He was in the first case, like the first case of this game with Susato. I don't know, he's currently back in Japan, so maybe when we're in Japan, it seems like, I feel like we might be in Japan quite a bit, because Mikotoba, Susato's father, is hiding something, and Herlock Sholmes seems to be hiding the same secret. It has something to do with that freaking Morse code thing on the last game. Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night, in which the victim fought for his life. Mrs. Natsume, what's wrong? Is that something Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. What? My second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Ah! Ew. That's... His mouth looks like from Attack on Titan. Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please! Pretend I'm not here! Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. What's wrong with you? My god, Soseki-san in this game is so annoying. So far that's 2 for 2 in terms of cases with him in it, right? He's so annoying in this game. The first case he was such a show off, and now he's oh my god, I want to slap his face. Impossible to ignore.
You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Prepare, spare no detail.
Not, but of course. Let the theoretical tragedy before us unravel by my great deductions presented for you for your pleasure in 2 acts. You forgot sus. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfurl before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. Act 1! Act 1! The game is afoot. Oh god, will we see his face? The victim's face? We haven't seen it yet. Like, we haven't seen it now. Oh my god. Careful observation of the victims reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Ew! He's still smiling. Yuck. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. But why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish? I thought it was cheese. Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Why is he eating soap? Could it be that the man was about to eat it, of course. The fork reveals the answer. Or the bite mark? I don't know what you're talking about. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up the arms of the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. You love how in the photo he has his normal outfit when they change to the gameplay is when he swapped to the DLC. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is smeared by foul poison. Maybe it's just the fact that it's soap. Why is he eating soap? Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison, and that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are perfectly matched to ignore. What? The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. What? Ah! He's back! The cause of death is identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was it suicide or murder? The audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man die and die alone? A single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on the meager evidence would be foolish, however. Certainly, the careful criminal would have absconded his own cup to cover up his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, the broken lock. Door force open now. At the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to hereafter. So basically nothing he's saying makes sense, and he's just saying that the victim was clean going up to heaven because he ate soap. That's what he just said! Nagito, yo! Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. So, what? That made no sense. Dots. That's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You're disposed to identify just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Pray, what concerns you? How is Ace Attorney going? It's going great. The clown is dead, for once. And now we're dealing with Mr. Sholmes. Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It's quite apparent that this man had barely had a penny to his name. It's a curious thing, but to one destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistible, appetizing. Oh, that's good. How's your day, Nagito?
How extraordinary.
In truth, I decided to. I've tried a little soap with myself in the past. Ah, I get it now. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. Ew, bruh.
Did it?
As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilled the contents in my stomach, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend, he said. You're tempted to get one brownie because we're saving them for dessert tonight? Oh, but we're saving that. You should save them for dessert. Maybe eat half now and eat half later. You're editing a collab with a friend? Ooh. Friend? What? What's that? Just kidding. Believe me, I wouldn't have eaten it even if you did.
There's something that troubles me as well, actually.
Oh, what's that? The whole reaction?
It's Mr. Natsume.
Oh yeah, he's a problem. Good idea.
I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye.
I think he was shuddering and quivering right in front of our face. Friends, what to do? Wow.
Almost as though Mr. Shum's deductions touch a nerve somehow.
No, nonsense. Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last.
I think judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deduction may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions sometimes are a little too sharp. His tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in an obtuse angle. Yes, he must be complimenting me in his mind, he thinks. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do.
Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Shum's quite brilliant deductions. And discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Shum's meant to say in the first place.
Yeah, sure. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Sherlock Holmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Oh wait, Naruhodo's wearing his outfit too. You guys get to see Naruhodo's outfit. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in the disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 sizable bar of soap, meaning food indubitably. Why is this soap set purposely upon the dish, like the victim's last supper, in fact? Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies a man was eating something or about to eat something.
Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than attempt it with chopsticks.
Of course, only half a bar of soap is left on the plate.
But there might not be some other explanation. Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap.
I don't know, freaking stain. Do we have to open his hand or something? I suppose you eat soap with a fork, would you?
I don't think it's a question of which implement you use. You shouldn't eat soap, full stop.
But then why? Why does the man have a fork in his hand?
Oh dear, I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruto, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man use his fork to eat the soup, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Show's deduction, so we really ought to consider some other clues.
Oh, there's soap on the floor. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeare must have really loved the stuff.
Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruto. Look at this soap. Look closely at this soap. Do you see that it will fit perfectly together with the half bar on the table?
What the? How can that be?
I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
I mean, I don't think there's any other clue other than the bar of soap on the floor, right?
Take that!
That means he didn't eat any freaking soap. His cup is empty. Oh my god, Naruto, you're out. Is that a rat on Naruto? Look at the rat on Naruto. Naruto, you have a rat on you for some reason. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table, it is sure the victim was not eating soap at all. What? What the hell? But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger would drive any man to attempt to eat soap. You just said, even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, only took a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned. Hey, what's up, Andrew? Yes, we're still on YouTube for a while. Ace Attorney will still be on YouTube. We'll be on streams on Twitch soon. I hope your day is going good. Because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruto. The one that furnishes us with the answers we seek. London's foul soap is besmeared by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then.
Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it.
If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think we want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all.
Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it?
Yeah, the freaking cup is empty, bro. Yes, a Western vessel for serving the infusions of dried tea leaves.
It's a teacup, Mr. Naruto. Yes, well, you know. Stop putting on S. It's empty.
Ah, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's still significant evidence to suggest he was drinking tea.
My thoughts exactly.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to an immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Poison in the tea. The cause of death is identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this a sir or murder? the audience will recall the death that occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man die alone? A single teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far.
Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, William Shakespeare was having a drink of this tea. There will be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me
is Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Shrome suggested. There's more to this deduction than it seems.
We must examine the scene of the crime again for more clues.
He's holding something. I bet he's holding his own cup. Yup. That's not his cup.
Take that!
Wait, did we not see that before? His other cup. It's also broken. Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in the room all along. Oh! In other words, this is a strong indication that in the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. Wait, that shadow seems awfully familiar. By the way, that shadow seems very, very familiar. It seems like one might say he might be a banker. You know, some might say that he likes fair play. You know. How was he still holding it so long after dying? I don't know. He was holding the fork and a cup. What a familiar shadow. I guess he'll be back too. My god. First he was in the first case with the freaking omnibus, then he was a jury. Don't tell me he's another witness or suspect now. Wait, what? Yeah, that was the shadow of Mr. Fairplay, who was one of the witnesses in the omnibus case and one of the juries. He was a jury in some other case, I forgot which one. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in the room last night, taking tea with the victim. Oh, what are you talking about? Utterly unbelievable, unjustly, unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on the meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I'm not sure what I like where this deduction is going now.
I'm afraid it's too late to go back on the Hellcon's days of eating too much soap.
But the identity of the guest who was here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about.
You can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Oh jeez. These books. The pile of books. The glasses, perhaps? No. At first glance, it seems the only things in this... Oh wait, it's the 3 books that he borrowed, right? Natsume. Mr. Natsume borrowed 3 books. It seems the only things in this room that are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially.
I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read: The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gabrielle.
Yup, those are Natsume's books. Dots. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before.
It could be just an incredible coincidence, but they are exactly the same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day.
What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Suzuki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right.
Now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim.
Yet Mr. Natsume claims to have never been here before. Dots. What does this mean, do you think?
I really don't know what to make of it.
A pile of familiar books. Oh gosh.
Take that!
No, we've just been pointing Natsume. Also, that's a rat, Naruhodo. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles here in this room is the link to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased this book 4 days ago at the second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? At this very moment. Don't! No, never! Non-negotiable! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Ew. Having purchased this 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could have only brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Ew, that's so scary. Oh no. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. Oh no. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... Oh jeez. Was you, Suseki Natsume? Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. We just pinpointed him as the main suspect. Elementary. Not again! Not again! Not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume. You appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes. Door, key, locked! Oh. Entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flustered he's being stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? Could have just made a copy. You live in the same building after all. You have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Yup, again? What? Misery me! Sorry, you get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Herlock Sholmes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, has he? Come now, no dilly-dally. Outside there's a carriage waiting. Welcome, student Naruto Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please. Please, I'm innocent. I'm the one that just pinpointed you as the main suspect, my dude. Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. One more thing. Oh yes. My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. Oh, Wagahai. We did end up keeping Wagahai. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Sasaki-san found himself once again in the prime suspect of a case of a murder. It's even worse now that it's murder. The first one wasn't murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. Oh me. Is Barok still the prosecutor? My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. I wonder what this has to do with the whatever the secret is. Because Professor Mikotoba's there's one part about this case that we'll probably see at some point that Professor Mikotoba was super hush about, apparently. And even Mr. Shom said that this specific second case was not allowed to be published by Iris. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. He just left us with the dead body. Is there no, like, Scotland Yard officer here?
Yes, that's right, and of course.
What?
Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrett, who discovered Mr. Shakespeare.
Ah, do we have to talk to him again? Oh my god. Seriously?
I expect we will find him sitting on the top floor as usual.
Oh my god, at least he doesn't have his wife there. You must remember to go talk to him later then. Well then, let's examine the scene, shall we? From left to right.
This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it?
The Princess Peach's castle? Where does the audience sit though for the nightly Shakespeare performances?
Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruto, with or without an audience. In fact, on the related note, you should perhaps set up a mock bench for the defense in your office.
What?
Then you could practice your art every single day.
Dots. I think I'll think about it if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Oh.
That's well, if that would help you achieve your goal.
This I have to see. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? Must be connected to the gas pipe in the wall.
Gas lights, gas stove. London is really a city of gas.
But what I think about is Mr. and Mr. Garrett had an open fire atop the floor, didn't they? In the top floor.
Ah yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there.
Well, I much prefer to a real fire anyway. It's much cozier. Here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind.
Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins.
I see. Yeah, now you've pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin here?
That's right. It would buy you 2 hours of gas and light heating.
So if you were a poor person with no money, you had to sleep in the freezing cold.
Yes, if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank.
Oh, thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Just a real fire. No, I'm gonna talk about a hole in the wall covered by wood. Okay. Are those his underpants? Yuck.
As you see from outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay.
What a strange thing they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for a number of windows they had in the property is extraordinary.
It's heartbreaking to think that the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid unaffordable tax. Oh!
What is it, Mr. Sato?
If you look closely, a number of bricks are loose.
Ooh. What the hell? More soap? Jesus Christ. Ah yes, it looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them here. Was it William Shakespeare who did it? Being the lodger rented this room?
Look at this, Mr. Naruto. On the outside there's a little ledge. There's something on it.
What? Outside? What? Can we look?
cold outside. You can feel it through this gap.
It did snow last night, it would be cold. More importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of
soap.
soap. What a bar! Oh my god, did he drop the soap? Sorry. In his room. What are the bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside, on the outside window?
I have no idea. But the pair of them do rather charming like that.
Still very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lying outside the window. Think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all.
Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap.
Ah!
Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch that's different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of
fancy design, I suppose. All blood. Only in Great Britain.
It looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful!
It might be blood. Knew we wouldn't go this whole case without someone making that joke. I mean, he literally dropped it right.
It probably was a very expensive brand.
Oh, blood? Expensive, then what's it doing in this old ramshackle old room? So he ate soap. Doesn't seem like it because there's soap on the floor too. Can we inspect that soap in detail? What the hell? Maybe it's not blood then. What the hell is this? What the hell is this?
This part is a different color. It's a exquisite design, isn't it?
Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special.
I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinomaru design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is rather expensive soap.
What is that? Doesn't seem likely given who it belongs to. It's like, yeah, it is like a, it looks like a plastic or something. Also, this is our map from the last time. So this is where the stabbing happened. No, this is not where the stabbing happened. This is where the stabbing was thought to happen, but it didn't. On the plate, looks like he there's something that looks just like that. So yeah, the table has the soap, but he didn't eat it because the other. So the on the table is half a bar of soap, but the other half of the bar is on the floor. Which also there's something green on the floor here. Now let's investigate everything else first before we see the actual body. But yeah, he was poisoned from drinking tea, I guess, because the other half of the soap is on the floor. Look at his extravagant bright clothes. Somehow they look out of the place in this room with its grim shady going-ons.
This one looks like a king's attire.
A king? I always dreamt of being a king.
Oh, I think you're more suited to be a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like.
With such shonmage top note? What? Every Japanese man wishes he had a shomage.
Oh, you look wonderful with one. You already have the sword.
Can you imagine what would happen if I walk around the streets of London with a shomage and a sword? There's more hats here too. I don't like the fact that that hat over there has a patch on it because it reminds me of the Mr. First, the other guy. The other witness from the other case.
There's not much on the shelf, is there? Just this wine glass and this bottle. And both of them are cracked.
Yes, not much use, are they? Hey, what's up, Robs? Voice actor 10 out of 10. I try my best. Sometimes I run out of voices, but what's up, Robs?
Dots.
What's the matter?
Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all.
Prosecutor Lord Van Zee, so he's on my mind all the time.
He's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and he should donate some to the needy.
You can suggest it next time we meet. Next time he flings a bottle of wine, he's like, maybe you should give that to someone. Okay, let's see this green thing on the floor.
What's this?
It looks like a part of an envelope, I think.
I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened.
Is that significant?
Well, it's a little out of place perhaps when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there?
Ah, she's right.
And yet we have to torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual.
I agree, we better take this just in case. Alright. Okay, now let's inspect the body. Let's inspect this first though. Huh. Weird. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they?
Dots. Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an undefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rib here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Mr. Sato! I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventure of Sherlock Holmes.
You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruto. Never!
Also, in our evidence, it seems we have the list of the book receipts of the book that Natsume bought. Okay, now let's see the body.
Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death being poisoned as he was?
I don't know. All we can do now is hope he'll be reborn to a better life. Oh god. Is he reborn in the very big circus?
I suppose you're right. I wonder.
He seems to look so like he's smiling, no?
Do you think putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul?
Sorry?
I made sure I had a reference at the ready for such an occasion as this actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I just reread it just now. One moment.
There's quite a spine on that book, is there? What? We can't inspect the body? All we did was think about how to pray? Can we take a closer look at the body? I want to see his beautiful face. We can't inspect the body? What?
Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shakespeare and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruto. There's bitter poison inside.
I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Huh. Hey, Spocky, you changed your profile picture. How you doing? The cups are both empty. Did he poison the rim of the cup like in that one case? No poison in the tea, but poison in the cup instead. Like the freaking just ale, man. Yuppie. Oh, I didn't read. Not good. Oh no. I hope you feel better. Hopefully the nonsense in this case will give you will cheer you up.
It's true. One was William Shakespeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from.
Well, Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take this so we can examine them in more detail later. Huh, the cups are different colors too. Interesting. It won't let you type a whole sentence. Oh no, I don't know who's talking. Huh. It seems... Yeah, this part seems to have some stain, I guess? No. This might be the cup that Mr. William Shakespeare was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Oh really? I never noticed before.
You never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. Or I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot! That's the Japanese way, isn't it?
Oh yes, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese!
Yeah, it is like stained. Where like he left it in his cup for a while. It won't let you talk in sentences like YouTube. It'll be quite spammy for you to chat like that though. Can you try typing a whole sentence now? Looks like having good to snoop around, eh? Who's talking? Oh god. Rawr. Inspector Gregson, back so soon! After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went to report this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes time, this place will be cordoned by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, better be leaving then.
Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in the cell so soon.
I'm shit. We should probably go. What? Excuse me? Forever. Nah, maybe it might be just maybe log out and log in again. Maybe that will work. But also, the hell? He's not dead. He's to the point where his legs slipping through the table. You don't have to apologize. It's just YouTube being stupid. YouTube does that sometimes. Is he alive? Clearly. Are you sure it's YouTube doing it? Because, yeah, maybe it's just YouTube being weird. Maybe it's just only in other people's chat and not ours. We should... Oh my god. Path of the Healing Heart has been a member for 4 months. Because you can type multiple words in. Okay, maybe you can stop typing now. Maybe it's really spammy. You can type multiple words at a time, which makes no sense to me why you can't type in one sentence. Spocky. Spocky! You're spamming the whole chat now. I know, right?
What's wrong, Mr. Naruto?
Dora, look behind you. Oh no. Oh no, you. Ouch! Ouch, brief candle! Lives walk but a walking shadow. A poor player. Ew. Ew, he's dabbing. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Dots. Now, how sound of the next part? I knew this clown would be able to clown some more. God! I can't believe this. Inspector, what are you gonna say about this? This is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day! Whoa, whoa. What? Walking Dead! Is he dead again? What the fuck is going on? What the hell is happening? Is he alive? The fella isn't dead at all. What was that nonsense he was saying though? I literally wasn't paying attention.
I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth.
Oh really?
A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5.
Shakespeare. Macbeth was poisoned, right? Is it? So it was that the victim, Sir William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that was now. the guy that was fighting with the clown in the last case. Why is he looking through the non-existent window? Or is he looking through the freaking gap in the wall?
What do you think will happen now?
Good question. What a strange situation from Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, then the victim comes back to life.
Perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems likely that Mr. Shamsha did consume poison, as we deduce, but it was an accident, attempted murder. Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody.
I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than the night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Suzuki-san's lodgings. Oh, into Suzuki's lodgings, huh?
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto?
Excuse me? Excuse me? Could we have a word? Ew! Is he dabbing too? Did he run away? He just ran off!
I'm sure. I feel like we've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it?
I do too, but I don't remember. With the exception of top floor, where Mr. and Mr. Garrett live, all the windows are bricked up.
Ah yes, that's because an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows the property had. In order to pay tax less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of the windows. You're still confused? Just strikes a pose and runs away. What's up, Wolf? What are you confused about? I think this whole case is confusing. Also, hey! Are you confused about the guy? Or how he's alive? How the clown is alive? The tax has been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could be all opened up again. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district cannot afford to have the work done. Cannot pay to have the work done.
That's a sad state of affairs.
Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who live all cooped up in a windowless room.
I suppose that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. You kinda just woke up so you're still a bit tired. That's alright. Get yourself warmed up for the day.
It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that.
I thought we were gonna go talk to Lunatone again. The Garrett household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help but feeling that it's a bit of a slant.
It does look rather as though it would collapse in the evening, even in the smallest earthquake, doesn't it?
Don't invite Edgeworth then. Isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Suzuki-san has a hunchback.
There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrett residence. I read that the bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact.
It seems this one is warped though, especially for the front wheel. Is that to make it seem more of a challenge to ride, do you think?
No, I'm afraid there might be a result of a rider's incompetence. From the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider might have been in a similar afflicted.
Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on his bicycle, I think.
Oh dear, I fear you may be right.
Oh wow. Why somebody built a snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think?
That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruto. It's part of the snowman's body.
Really? But it already is perfectly good body.
Well, it's true that the British snowmen are usually made from 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner.
Now we're looking at him as he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels.
If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs.
Do you ever perhaps think about things too much?
London's blanketed in fog again today. The sky is covered in a cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the great exhibition is to open in 6 months' time. Oh, so in current time, we're near the exhibition, I guess. Like, the exhibition is gonna start. Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. But it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait to see it for myself. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? At the last Great Exhibition was held in London, was more than 6 million visitors, it seems. This time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success to outdo the Paris Exposition. I see. It's just an incredible number of people. 6 million people at one exhibit? What the hell? With so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo. What? Just do it like how people sneak in Coachella. Well, let us move, shall we? To where? I don't know. We can go to Mr. Gary Dabb's room. Or prison. Oh jeez. Oh my god. We can't go in Mr. Shakespeare's room now. Oh, let's go talk to the Lunatone because Lunatone probably still thinks he's dead, but he's not dead. Oh my god. Wait, everything's back aligned. Nothing's messy anymore, except that one picture. Everything's back to normal. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We are here because Mr. Garrett was the one that discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Oh jeez. He's back. Are you chapped, sir? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much as for Mr. Garrett as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrett. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? You don't have to stand, you can just sit down. My dude. Is this room still same? The mess is still on the table. Oh! A copy of Rand's magazine! The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful? Naturally, one Arthur himself is a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He's most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous. That's the genuine public opinion for you, Mr. Sato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories. Make no mistake, Mr. Naruto. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard personally. I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. Well, let's just talk to the guy. Nothing to inspect in his room. It must have been real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what happened. Oh, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. I went down and knocked his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap into the ground work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I have to be kick your door down every morning.
Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or he's avoided our gaze now all of a sudden?
Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found yourself on the far side of the door.
The victim's name is Mr. Shamsby, I believe. Isn't that right? Yes, William Shamsby. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute!
Well, let's face it, the only one redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a body screw loose. So hard to choose which category Suzuki-san would fall into.
Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude!
He was doing research as well. Research into what? Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. Read a few plays on the old part myself, you know, Romeo and Hamlet and all.
Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated.
It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao. Someone who's too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there?
Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shakespeare would have had much in common.
Dots. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder? Let's hope not that.
Mr. Naruhodo, really? How rude!
After Mr. Natsume's trial, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, it must have been 6 in the evening by the time I got home. The snow was coming down rather heavily, I remember. It was completely dark outside. Already, that failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Garrett noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up there. It was about after 8 before Shamsby got back. The chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. I suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep, but I'm not in the dark there. Well, thank you, that was very illuminating. He's also not dead.
Dots.
Is everything alright, Mr. Sato?
Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrett, you were up here in your room all evening, if I understood correctly.
Not a big fan of stairs, not with his blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know the precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean?
That's a very good point. Can't imagine that you would hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking. It's a body outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
Then how did you know, Mr. Garrett?
It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, you probably are aware the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. So I more or less worked that out.
Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe for the gas made outside. And the gas company supplies the gas to properties via the main.
Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say that I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms would dim for a moment. They dim? Why?
Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, It briefly uses more gas than usual, and then reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily. Minding it.
Mighten it? When the hell does anyone use that? Yes, of course, because everything is connected to a single supply pipe.
Is that supposed to happen though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. The fact is the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out. Barely got any gas in them to start with. Upwards it's also true. Of course, extinguish the lamps up there and they grow brighter for the rest of the house. Right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it.
Of course, because when people come back home in the evening before they go to sleep at night, what they are guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever.
In point in fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh! That's fascinating, Mr. Garadep. Absolutely fascinating.
Well, nothing to it really. I really can't see what that's gonna help us with the case either. What I like to know is why Mr. Garadep is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again.
A good idea.
Prison! Oh no.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now?
Look, I'm student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes?
He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But he's a diabolic deductions. They're not of his world. They've left me. Oh, curse! I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts.
Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction too.
Yes, moving on. Oh, we have some wonderful news. Oh!
The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again.
Dots! Now, in the absolute worst case, you only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible!
Oh!
I'm stuck in the cell, suffering in some silly wrong end of the stick. You didn't you? Confess you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. That selfish shyster. Make up your own mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly, wishy-washy William! Don't roast him. Seems likely that Mr. Shamsio was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last.
Oh!
Oops! Yeah, what debate? What debate? Are you guys master debaters then? What do you mean, oops? Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. William Shakespeare, didn't you? What? I'm not saying another word! I demand a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? Jesus. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then? This guy in jail again? Yeah, we just got him out. In the timeline, we just got him out like the day before. Can you tell us what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell! Oh my god. Why are you doing this to me? But Mr. Naruto Esquire, I'm eternally grateful for you helping out with that accursed case yesterday. The case that poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back.
It's hard to believe that only yesterday.
After the trial was over, I trudged back to my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. Well, he got us. That evening at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shakespeare. So you did go to the victim's room then?
As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong! I've never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into this discussion. I hope they develop into anything more. He had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Garrett said. The victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening around 9 or just that, when I took him to some nice tea that I brewed as a gift. Oh, jeez. So, it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then.
And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you?
This is right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet! Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such stimulating subjects, Shakespeare. The debate became very heated. You slipped poison into Mr. Shakespeare's tea. No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won. That was me. When I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear it categorically. Team Juliet. Who was the stronger one of the two? Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I learned there's no place for me.
It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture.
There are foreigners everywhere I look. They all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. You feel like he's not telling the truth over something very petty? Probably. Something in that discussion, I guess. It made me scared to leave my own room. Which is why I become a recluse. Even in my own room, I find no respite from my fears. I moved more times than I remember. Then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? Why did you choose that place? That doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me.
The rent?
Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. The argument that he had that is the petty reason. Cursed how? I wonder what all the soap is for though. The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there!
Oh no!
He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that.
I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books! And books cost money! And a horrible history is a small price to pay! When I realized I would be occupied by books, I signed a lease like lightning! Brave or blinkered. After I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible the room's history really was!
Gosh, was it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened?
At the first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of a beady eyes boring into my back, watching me!
Do you think that might just be in your mind playing tricks on you?
No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It'd been one long nightmare. I was given the keys to the place.
A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean?
Oh, the souls who died in that room leaned over me in my sleep and might try to strangle me.
That really is horrible.
And no, now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night Mr. Shakespeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room.
You simply must move out of this room as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right, I know it. That's why I already searching for the next room with a history to call home.
Aren't you going back to Japan?
I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that yourself may become history.
Ugh! Susato! Well, Susato-san knows how to make the man listen. This is so savage, man. What's wrong with you?
Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse in my room as well.
You mean Mr. Gary, Deb?
Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again.
If that's true, for one, would go near the place?
Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps in the tenants' movements.
You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusual keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants in his let rooms.
What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps?
Oh dear! No, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well!
What's important is that Mr. Shakespeare isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around, he'll be able to tell us what happened and we'll be able to get you released.
Yes, please, I do hope you're right. Excuse me.
Alright. Inspector Gregson!
I couldn't help overhearing what you said on that note. I have some good news and some bad news.
Oh!
Oh! Which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just all a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why did you ask me preference? As you might have heard, the victim, William Shakespeare, was just unconscious. It's come around now.
Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory.
He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, isn't it wonderful, Mr. Natsume?
Well, thank goodness it's all over then. I can leave this somewhere cell. Sorry though, that's not on the cards.
What?
Why ever not, Inspector?
Mr. Shakespeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone?
Oh, my god.
You don't mean?
Well, so what case are you on? We are on case 2 of game 2. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. But how are you doing, evil?
Sorry to say I do. He's pointed a finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ugh! My sweet poison he seeketh might to end my life. That wicked cascader, Susaki Natsume. No! I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned.
I'm glad you're good.
You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No!
His face. And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dog in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. It took a while for that to be continued to appear. Alright, let's go! Trial time? Oh jeez. Wait, why did they call it investigation part 1 then? I guess there's an investigation part 2? That makes no sense. Wait, what? Huh. Interesting. Unless we're going to another day. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Oh boy, trial hype! Oh, Barok time! Guessing because of an error? Yeah, well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. Just my line! Oh my god, this guy. Good morning! Oh, Dragon-kun! Thank you for the raid! Toshiro, thank you for the handsome dragon dance raid! Adam Plays, thank you for the DD05 raid! Bugs, thank you for the DD05 raid! Exclamation Dragon, thank you for the raid! How's the stream? Did you smash real nice? Yo Mark, thank you for the raid! Exclamation mark as well. How's everyone doing? Welcome in. We are about to go into court. For anyone who just came in, we're playing Ace Attorney today. We're about to start the trial for this man's over here. Good morning, Mr. Natsume. So how is everyone doing? I hope you had a good dragon stream. Dragon cook. I raid you and this is what I see. Good morning! That face. Oh. It's just you should have seen the victim. Also, nobody's dead. Oh my.
It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here.
Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. Oh, you just came in time for the trial too, which means Barok. Unless Barok's not the prosecutor. I'm assuming he is. I don't think they'll introduce another prosecutor. This man got arrested like a day or two before they declared innocent in court, yeah. We managed to prove that he didn't stab Miss Green in the back.
But now this!
Petroshkin, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream, Dragon-kun?
Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hell hole.
Zane!
Can't keep coming to court.
I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Also, I put on the DLC outfits for the characters, so Susato's looking fine right now.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news.
Oh! Also, oh, yeah. Don't worry about it. He's not dead, I swear. He's not dead. He's not dead. Did you always come out? Also, this happened in the morning. Don't worry about it. He wasn't smooching me right in the yeah, oh my god, what? This is a chaotic image. Susato, dang, yup, Susato-chan. So this is a flashback case. So it's not in the present day. It's 6 months ago. This case. It's like directly after one of the case from the first game.
Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
So here we are again.
Yes, again.
That's
Why so awkward?
That's Judicial Assistant, Miss Kotoba Esquires. What's the bad news?
oh dear, you heard, did you?
You get to see Naruhodo in his DLC outfit as well. For anyone new, we shiny hunt, we play Ace Attorney, we do art streams, we'll be streaming on Twitch soon. But the rest of Ace Attorney is still on YouTube. Hey Aurora, thank you for the raid. Did you smash hard?
If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now what's it?
That's... Well, it seems that the prosecution to today's trial will be led by Lord Baroque Van Zix.
Oh! That's the good news! Van Zix!
Oh, no.
A raid from someone you're tired. That sentence took more to say than the actual raid message. What's up, killer of hopes and dreams? The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. Oh, are they gonna show his leg? In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Sasaki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all.
Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zix is the prosecutor.
Oh no!
That evening, if the person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another.
And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended in the most terrifying end of his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey.
Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now the Reaper! Pair of petrified perils, potentially!
Why you always looking like you need to take it? Ow! Oh.
Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Look, come! Student of Mr. Naruto Esquire! What? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You, more than anyone, know!
Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of this way in this battle, I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear.
Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom.
Let's go! So hype for this trial.
Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean.
Huh? Why? Where is that? He's busy doing some secret stuff. He's hiding some secrets from me. I just know. It's probably for the best. I mean, I'm gonna spend time with Baroque Van Zix, you know. I can't.
Oh,
If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. Oh, I might lean on his shoulder. I might have to lean on Sherlock, but if he's not here, I can lean on Baroque. Naruhodo is such a hoe. That would be seen as a weakness if Von Zix were to notice that he'd prey on it mercilessly. Whoa. I mean, literally just now, Mr. Sholmes revealed that he pulled off my button last night after supper for whatever reason. What? At least that's my gut feeling.
Mr. Naruhodo.
You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, low-come student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that why you always gonna mention Kazuma and break my heart? How dare you! Shut up! No. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. With honor.
Oh, yes!
Why you gotta mention Kazuma, man? Make my soul die inside every time they mention Kazuma or reference him in some way. Oh god. Oh, wait, some of the jury are back. Wait, is that the same jury from the last time? In the name of him, on Her Majesty Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Now I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh, Barok, wake up! Do you think like he sleeps like that at home? Like he just take the blanket and just like the prosecution is ready. Oh, Naruto, looking fine with a rat on your shoulder. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. Dots, it's not just my imagination, it's really there. Lord Von Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason.
It was some time ago that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all.
Which at the end of the last game, he did end up telling us that he did get betrayed by a Japanese person. And that the only reason he's in court is because of us. Yet now he's back in the courtroom though for some reason. Only when I'm defending. Yeah, because he's doing it for you, baby! It's a really cool outfit. Yeah, Iris made it. This Reaper. But in this specific case in the timeline is before the end of the last game. This curious disdain for his Japanese. The prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will and the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Wait, it's him again! But he was the shadow in our deduction, so weird. Why is he here? Do we have to question him now? Put him on the stand? Absolutely, I feel it. This Lurker was innocent before.
I must say,
I forgot what all these jury people sound like.
I feel especially briefly some days when my hat
Refuses to sit straight! Right! Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is rather fetching. Who's this? She's new. We've never seen her before. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Rocker and Dreamer! Ready to take home 5 bob tonight or the business will go straight through the roof. Oh, so it's the same jury from the previous case. This case. Oh, may the Lord show the light here and lead this flock to the righteous verdict.
The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement of the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea.
The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Very well, let's commence the trial. Lord Von Zix, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nippones before has dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing after the affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime, namely that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. Gah! To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself.
Wow. All three at once? Oh, just the two of them? Okay.
What?
Also, he already took off his clothes, so like, yes.
Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Device Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Dudes! Suzuki Natsume from the Empire of Japan! My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture!
He's just eating chips. Yeah, and Barok's drinking wine. Like, you didn't finish that sentence. Oh, in court. Mr. Natsume?
Yes, my lord, sir!
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath to never set foot in my courtroom again. Honestly, you know who gets into court cases more than Mr. Natsume? Maya. So, I don't blame you. Sometimes it just be that way, you know. Maya gets framed for murder like every other week. The courtroom was the rest of it. Yeah, Barok has a freaking whole bottle of wine in a glass that he throws around the courtroom into the gallery. I remember as if it were yesterday.
The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Oh, believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred in Garridham household where the defendant had his lodgings. In the ground floor of the room, Mr. William Shakespeare, the defendant was already admitted to visit the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed on the floor as a result of poisoning by the strychnine. He was found on the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when they first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, sir, my lord. I have a photographic print here that I took the time to show you how he looked.
A photograph? Wow. Huh, the floor is wet. Interesting. The soap still there. A chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
That's right, everyone present believed exactly that he was.
Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, yes!
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
Dogs! They're haunted by evil spirits.
Good Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one in the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume, how?
Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned to with him from Mr. Shakespeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out and somebody tried to kill me.
You must always extinguish all fires before the time for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonable, clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately for the victim, Mr. Shakespeare has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he's named the true culprit. Oh! The poison consumed by the victim was administered in the cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord. He got that tea, or whatever, was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order in the room! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you say to this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again! Never!
Whoops! 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 The public pump was frozen, you say?
That's not information we had before.
That will do, thank you. According to our laws, the defense must have opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses for formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Good, then you will give your account on the events on the night in question in the court now.
Yeah. Yes, my lord! It was around 9 o'clock in that evening when I visited my neighbor. I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice, hot drink. After which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Try make some time. Strike 9. Take some time to have an effect on the body. People don't kill her immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock his door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Oh my god. I think it seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but the testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea has been harmless, presumably though. The teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they?
What kind of tea? Nice, hot, strong, black tea. Why didn't I think of that? Because you're stupid, Naruto. You gotta go along with the case, alright? Don't worry, me and my rat will solve the case. Why is he a rat? I don't know. Well, as it happens now, we haven't been able to, no. Did I hear you, Inspector? Scotland Yard failed to examine the suspect's substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. Gah! The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea. Not that it was overlooked, you stupid Nipponese piece of shit. Oh, wow, sorry. Not racist, I swear. Unable, why? It's simple enough, there was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. Whoa. What he's trying to say about the victim. Wait, I want to see how old is the victim. Let's see. 31. He's younger than Barak. Ryu, what's in your head? Oh, which head? Oh, Barak. With its current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only did a drop, but that one drop does exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing is, other than the tea past the victim's lips on the night in question. Looking like a jester. Looking like a clown. Gah! I see, thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of the accuser's guilt. I don't see that in their faces. I see them all thinking about their own life. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity, and I will have your booty cheeks. What? He's right, I can feel all 6 jurors looking daggers at me. Oh! I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Hold it! Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Oh, no! We weren't friends! Not at all, not at all! Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself a great literary knowledge. Fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Oh my god. Come now, no Nipponese could understand the fine. What did you say, Barak? Barak, stop digging yourself in a bigger hole. No Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. We're too high quality for you Nipponese minds. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, then it soon turned into a heated discussion. It got hot and steamy. He was on his way out at the time though. I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate, our master debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not 1, not 2, not any, not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. Fool. No, they had a nice heated debate. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? A very worthy topic of discussion, I must say. Yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? What the hell kind of question? They're both stupid as what? I know I'm gonna regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with reenactment.
With a reenactment? Watch him just be acting.
So we battled it out in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a...
Whoa. So they dressed up, so they had a very heated conversation together in the middle of the night, dressed up in Romeo and Juliet and acted it out, I see. So when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume?
He as Romeo and I as Juliet! After a vigorous, wild tussle, I, Juliet, came out on top, a victory I cherish forever.
Oh, I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. Ew. Yuck. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea to the victim, correct?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard he was too poor to have tea himself. You see?
It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room.
I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was.
And do you have any basis for a statement, witness?
Oh, my tea is completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me, otherwise could he? Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room. Anywhere was there? You think he decided to be nice and let you... Oh my.
That's correct, anyway. Who would think the fellow who had never had a pot of tea before must have licked it dry? Which is a pity because the one drop was all we need to analyze it for poison.
And you say you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume?
Yes, definitely, by heaven and earth, I swear it! The landlord was able to verify that as it happened. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 at night.
How is the landlord able to attest to this?
He, said it was no lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector. When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker.
Yes, Mr. Garrett seems to pay a lot of attention in the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right, my tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that! It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Oh, what do you mean?
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then?
According to the coroner I was speaking with in the yard, it's about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, stiffness, eventually dies from asphyxiation.
So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure.
Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful.
"30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. Further degrades Toseki-san's alibi.
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. Spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well, the court will add this report to the court as record as evidence.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms.
Let's see. A report issued by Scotland Yard's officer mentions poison, as well as the other details gleaned during the investigation. William Shakespeare, 31, cause of coma. Wait, is he in a coma? Ingestion of small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of substance being mixed with the tea victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. The poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch appeared to have been broken when the man collapsed after the delay of onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Interesting.
Delayed onset of the symptoms.
Great.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Dossamaya has been saying, isn't it? The part of them drank tea together that night, and so there was poison in it. The victim would have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Exactly! Oh, me and my tea are innocent! Sweet and innocent, I tell you! I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for the symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. As long as you did that, Mr. Shampsfield could have locked the door behind after you gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle was over whether Romeo and Juliet were stronger. That came after the tea. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? Dots! In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying, drink tea while it's hot! Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there's sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in the matter. No! That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo.
Of course, go ahead.
Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes whatever he says aside. It's really quite infuriating.
I agree. We need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think.
Afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty.
So I see, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. The poison and the tea, in what the inspector is saying. People don't kill over immediately after taking it. The victim would have perfectly able to lock the door. The argument still stands. See the soap, the letter, the cups. Wait, the thing is that if it occurred around 1:30 a.m., how did Natsume poison? After his guest left? I don't have proof that he left after 11. Or at 11, whatever. The one with Grimm is Natsume's.
This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
It's unlike the other, the inside of the cup is completely clean.
He must have drank the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
I always gulp it down too.
Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, if you just sip a little by little, it goes cold.
Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to make tea.
Oh, there's no tea ring inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. Spill the tea! Ah! Spill my tea. Oh, look at the two teacups. Touching teacups. There's no tea ring inside Mr. Natsume's cup. Huh? What does that have to do with anything? Huh? Where's the thing? The thing is gone. The orange thing. What? Oh,
What is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
this bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression here, just a reddish one.
Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty.
Where could the disc have gone? Reddish. What the hell? Huh? What? I still don't get what had anything to do with this sentence right now. Is it a medical? High likelihood mixed tea with the victim was drinking, but no sample. Toxic effects 30 minutes after ingestion. Where's the... what? After his guest left, but his... Well, the landlord approves that he's at home at 11 after his guest left. But he drank the tea at 1, like 2 hours, like 3 hours after. The ingestion, poisoning incident occurred at 1:30. Assessed from the freaking pocket watch. I don't know what the hell.
Objection!
Objection! The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector. Come again. I think you find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. A chronology? What are you all about? Oh my god, that's a bit. According to this report,
The victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 hours after the defendant left? Is he gonna point out the tea ring on the cup because he drank it later anyways? He left the tea in there anyways. You're going? Alright, goodbye. That defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Von Zinks? No, Jace. Oh, Jace. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would be best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. What? How could it have happened, do you ask? He didn't even drink it! I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friends appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Don't talk about phantoms. Why is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. Such a strong hands out the grip out, my god. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
Imagine that hand on my... Oh my. Von Zinks, I mean, he's wearing gloves, so at least he'll be clean. And he has a tissue to wipe it on his neck. In my country, there's an even more apt saying. You freaking Japanese weeaboos. I mean, what? There's nothing more refreshing than a cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may have been other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? A dot? Well, for example, maybe a man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? It's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison on his own volition. You suggest this may have been as the counsel.
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied the idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Don't. Seriously. Oh my god. I took this case specifically for you when you come up with this bullshit answer. Dots. The disappointment. Is something wrong, no one thinks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? Can you hear that, bro? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Oh no, the jester's here! The clown himself! Ow! Whoa! What? Who said that? Oh no. Ouch! Ouch! A brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow. Jay's ill! A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage that is heard no more. Oh no. That's a JoJo pose right there. It's a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Oh. Oh Lord Shakespeare. What the fuck is happening? It's a judge! Judge!
Have some manners, man. William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, done by this beauty advance. I am the victim. I am the victim, he said, with those eyes. Oh my god, what? What is he doing here? Oh, I've come. I want. The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. You're not a model, you're not the camera, stop posing like a ho-ho. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed, and he will not resist my hands and my wine. And never mind. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with your interest. Oh, I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Woo! Ew, look at him. He's so tall. What's Soseki-san doing on the side, huh? What are you doing? Happy I am, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. Meow, oh, fam, dude. Meow.
But I have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worst woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. Oh, jeez. Oh! His face. Who the hell's that? Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. Who the hell is that?
Yes, I feel sure we've caught a glimpse of the men before.
State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do sense the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. What? An unrivaled poet, unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. What a great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle. William Shakespeare. The chin is bigger than my future. Meter man. What the hell? The name's Meter Man. A drawn bee Meter Man. So he has something to do with the gas meters, I guess. A drawn bee. A drawn what? I work for the Antidote Gas Company. He's in branch office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road.
Oh yes, she's right, it's him. What's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me? Excuse me, have a word. Oops. What are you doing, fam, dude? We spotted him outside Mr. Garredep's house that morning. He's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case? Let's see. 23? Bro! Dude, that's freaking, what's this, Naruto's age or younger? The hell? Telling me Herlock Sholmes is one of the older people here at 34? That ain't right! Tired, oh no. This dude be 44? This dude be 31? This dude be 33? This dude be younger than Herlock? That does not look at all 23. The hell? What about the olive girl. Oh, she's 20. Jeez. So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you're the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell! Do you command me to remember? Yes, because you're the freaking witness, bro. That sweet poison that crossed me and crossed mine innocent lips. These innocent lips right here. Oh! I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, monsieur. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me a seraph, an angel indeed. Oh my god, I hate it. Trust me, noble of mind, sweet of you. What do you do? Don't do that ever again in my entire life. Please don't. Nasty. Nasty. Yuck. Did you guys see that? I felt that shatter my soul into 23 pieces. Sweet of nature and verily wholeness of heart, soul heavenly angel to be. Because there isn't less country of meaning in your name. No, not at all.
The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid.
Moved? They're actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously? They like this guy? Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. Me? Where now? Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, presume, your earlier impertinence, when you suggested the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. Moreover, the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker, whoa, is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. That's smiling when you really see a shiny Pokemon, yeah. Shiny! What's a shiny Pokemon? Has there been any news about a possible Nintendo Direct? I know there's been a rumor floating around. Is that not so, Mr. Meatman? Hang on, I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. And missed the wiggle. I can't deal with the wiggle. Oh, he's worse than freaking, what's this, Eggert. Oh, this is worse than Eggert. Ashley himself. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but alas, the truth be spoken, the truth on that wintry night of my discontent. Ew! Yuck, I hate both of them. You. Yuck. He's feeling himself. Wiggling that right in there. Oh wow, wow. Hello. The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh. He cometh. He want to come with me. You stop touching that. What is this case? My neighbor cometh in the evening bearing a gift of tea. But very bitter was his drink. When he left, I did fall prostrate. Oh my god. That word. Don't say that word. On my table. 'Twas the tea alone, it passed my lips in the late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold that night, keeping an eye on his room. Why? No one else visited his room with that short little round-back Asian fella. Eggert. No. I have such image in my mind again. Ah, my. Eggert. What did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shakespeare's room all night? Whoa.
That's right. Of course, Black's window was all blocked up, isn't it? There's a little gap in the brickway you see into the room. So I spent all the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered through it.
Why were you peeping in his room? Your neighbor came and he literally confessed that his neighbor gave him hot, delicious a beverage. The question is so why?
Well, now, that's because he's on my list.
Your list of what? God. Never mind. What a piece of work is man! Wherefore walls do not stare in wonderment? What the hell are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I play thee him, they pay him no heed. Make no more ado these tedious words. I don't understand half the things he's saying.
What do you say about me?
Calm yourself, fools. This court is concerned with what happened last night on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that's so.
And as the testimony we just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Gah! Well, I believe this might be the final testimony of the trial. What? The defense may proceed to cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Final? What you talking about? Fool. No one is called around Van Zix until he's done. Oh, Van Zix is done. You might need a day off to recover. Ow! I mean, after the last game, Naruhodo and Barok had a little fun time in the courtroom at the end alone, and after that, Naruhodo didn't have a case for like 6 months, for like 4 months or something, or 2 months. I don't know. Since when do we need a dictionary to solve this case? You want that dictionary?
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? Indeed, sire. Yuck. Perchance Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? No, isn't that like God? You say a week to recover. Oh, yeah. I mean, with that amount of strength, and I mean, that waistline. I mean, look at that. Bara. What? I mean, you guys have seen the strength of just his fingers. And what time did the mustachioed Nippones visit your room? Our meeting was promised of the hour of 9, and Lord did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Maybe this is why they took a whole game to bring these people into the case. They literally didn't know how to write his script. They were like, what the hell is this guy? Why did we make this character? Details on which in accordance to the defendant's own testimony, yes. We were broiled in such a literary debate as history has not seen before. By which I presume he means
The discussion about who was stronger, Romeo or Juliet.
Harry Shakespeare did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us will dress as our characters be to bring weight on our merry experiment. Stop, shut up. Frailty, thy name is woman. What? Canst thou imagine? What was that? How dismayed I was. Yes, I've heard of the Eastern art of jiu-jitsu. But Ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by comely maiden. What do you say? Comely maiden? He did jujitsu on you? Juliet beat Romeo up. Does not help your case. What? Why did they fight? What the? I believe this court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. I mean, I would do thy bidding of button 6 as well, honestly. Mary! That better was this drink!
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Someone did that. What the hell's going on? I can't even. Don't! You're not gonna say anything about it? It's really worse than Eggert, man. Eggert didn't have the dance move that this guy has. Somebody end this game right now. Cancel. If the defendant really put the poison in your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly. 'Tis an easy task. What? Why is he still dancing? Hiding the tea not whilst my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. He did what of you? Faith 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight. Verily my lips were my lips parched. Verily my lips were parched. If Shakespeare was a clown, that just came to mind.
Objection!
Whoever made the animations in the this game was having too much fun. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, it is quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou would recall our first fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, who were stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Do not come here with the intention of naming your attacker. But of course, my liege, 'twas the stooped lovers of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. We all know what that means. Ew.
Hold it!
What about the soap? So you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Huh? Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. What does that mean? To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry. I would that my belly were full. Someone stop him! Excuse me. What the hell is? What have you come into? I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea what the hell is happening. I would find that if my belly were full, no more off than the sun doth rise. What does that even mean? Mr. Clownsby over here. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day I do fill my hours with study of the great bard and playwright? Hence, it is that doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine art. What is he saying?
What? I mean, it would appear as to be the case, even a rodent was found starved to death in your room.
Ew, that was a dead rat there. You mean jumping up and down, slapping your bottom like that? Ow, ow. He's used to it. Wow, wow.
Now that I think of it, it's not just the food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere.
For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them. Every word being within my skull. Dost thou imagine otherwise? Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now that you could you turn around? You think?
Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea.
Huh? Oh, that right is black window in the freezing cold. Keep an eye on this room.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in.
A historical artifact of the now defunct window decks.
Oh, you're right there. Every time, but as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the corner that's been opened up. But it was closed when we were there. Is that visible in the picture that we have? That the window was closed? That the window didn't have a gap? Yeah, we can see that. So we can see in this photo of when we found the body, there is no gap here. There's no gap in the window yet because we opened that up later. Gotta say this chin guy gives you anxiety. Him rubbing his chin is making me uncomfortable. I was looking through that gap.
Yes, there was a few brick loose one day.
And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the edge of the outside as well. I don't like going around putting my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, that's what I keep doing. As long as there's breath in my body. Ew. What's with all the theoreticals today?
Out of interest, Mr. Meterman. After the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as the first ever concerned.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of
How can you be so sure of that?
The police have carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. Since we know the victim didn't leave his room, hence didn't dispose of the poison container itself. It's clear that his was no attempt, but the only culprit could have removed the receptacle.
Oh yes, it's lucidly explained, Karen, thank you. It really was. You really can't argue with the logic. Keeping an eye on his room. Should we present that the window is freaking closed? Let's try that. I'll press the last statement first. Nah, I'm gonna present.
Objection!
Dang it! I thought it because the window. I'm a devil. Fine, we'll press the last stage button. Oops.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. You can't be sure. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed nipponis with a moustache do you think there in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap. It was quite dark. Didn't notice the moustache. It showed up at around 9. I'm pretty sure myself.
And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamsia drink tea together?
Nah, sorry, couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I didn't see was the silhouette of that little roundabout fella wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them were starting some kind of wrestling match.
Whoa! Whoa! I think I know what you're talking about. You're telling me that the guy went into the guy's room and you saw him wear a dress and they had a wrestling match? Oh. Oh.
I tell you, didn't want to know what to make of it.
Wrestling match, huh? Oh, in a dress? Ha! Oh boy. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle. Oh! Okay. Can you imagine the noise in that room? Just Mr. Gary Depp upstairs, and then he tries to just the neighbors being like, what are you doing in that room? Romeo, oh Romeo, oh,
Romeo, Juliet, oh my god.
the noise, bro. Mr. McDeman. Allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Gas badge order.
What? Who said that? I didn't even have to present anything. Oh my god. Is it Soseki? What? Oh no, they're gonna say he's guilty.
My lord,
Goodness my Jesus Christ, Mr. Foreman.
I've kept my mouth shut and listen up now, but it's just gone long enough. Are you all with me?
Yes! Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision?
Too right we have. Are you all with me?
Yes! Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination!
To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Just the 3 missing hours as you put it.
But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. As is now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, oh, I don't take fun more with me tonight, the missus will blow it up. Oh, what's that? Sorry, I didn't quite hear what you said.
The last jury literally said he couldn't hear anything. Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
No!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
Yeah!
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Ba-ding, ding, ding, ba-ding, ba-ding. It's time for a summation examination, I say. With Naruhodo's beautiful outfit. All of you. While it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. Oh, nice. Nice, 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 he said. So this time at least it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel.
to the guilty being punished. Okay. Ah!
Get up, Mr. Naruto, please! The trial isn't over yet!
What? What do you mean, Mr. Sato?
What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? This obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember?
That's a summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in British Court of Law, we can reverse the decisions of the majority of the jurors. We can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised? My learned friend's inability to admit defeat. You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsellor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination as outlined in Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Right, my lord. We all know about this young lad's tenacity. Did the lady in beside... Why is she twitching? We're ready for it. Why is she twitching? I don't understand. Very well, in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime upon which he stands accused. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man, straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. What? Just because he's noble?
Well, I do declare that gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
What? They're all just simping for the guy? For the William? Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese! These mofos stoop all the while and has a moustache. Very fishy. What? There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a false man. For now, at least. God, Caroline, I need to try to end quickly. I really don't care. The jury. Pinpointing whether this man is guilty or not. I don't care. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shakespeare is a fine, upstanding, honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. Whoa. They've been bewitched by the wiggles.
Sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before and it worked. So you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for reminding you exactly how summation examination works.
I know.
Well, you're still very new to British law after all.
That's true, I suppose, and Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear her out. I wonder, should I let her talk it through again or not bother? I really don't need it, but yeah, sure. Refresh my memory. Alright! She seems so excited to tell me the tutorial. I mean, I have this, I can't refuse.
If you remember, the key to changing the jurors' minds is the things that they said themselves.
Yes, it's coming back to me. First, it's important to listen to very carefully to each juror's statement. Then, if it sounds as though one of those statements might contradict another, I have to pit the corresponding two jurors against each other to prove one or the other of them is wrong.
Yes, that's right. In many ways, it's very similar to a normal cross-examination.
Alright then, all that remains now is to do it. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Oh, we get to see her. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at the outfit. Oh my. The Victor may be well off, but he's a noble man, sir. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? Oh, no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Minister Nazime is no liar. Look, the point is the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. The Japanese man's D, more like. I mean, what? What? When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth cannot be clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. Let me be frank here. I, a gentleman, with gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespeare man chum is a rotten liar after all, I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury will do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Don't see it happening. What's that? Gently on the end here, you have to speak up. I don't care about this nonsense. Just need to try to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then? Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. If we can show you the victim's a liar.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is the man is... The victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he's rather splendid.
So you say yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously it's exhausted to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much.
Hold it!
No, not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. Well, he's fishy. There's no point in dancing around the fact he's Japanese, he has a moustache, and he stoops. So you see, you arrive at the conclusion that in 3 steps. 3 steps like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. Well, she was useless, yep. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. You're on the wrong foot. No, there's no reason, nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of the events is backed up by what the big chin man said to him next, isn't it? 1, he says he saw the Japanese man. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's not 3 steps. All this does really seem more like a waltz. Right, then the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if you'll let you speak you once more. For now, at least, he says. A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam?
This really is most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that the customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued.
Dots. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company.
Good gracious, Altamont gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from East Branch and office would be first to agree.
Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Quinby? Better use properly. Altamont gas is the best gas in the world.
think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up in his room?
I'm afraid there's no end to the lengths of the population at the East End would go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when it comes to the company's identifies somebody as a possible fraudster.
Come on, work! I see that. Message?
But an dispatch a worker to watch the suspect a day and night. We are very thorough in our investigations.
So you mean Mr. Shamspear is...
I wouldn't come out and say it in public.
But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief! She is a queen bee. Look at her. You've noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of a man hath not heard. The eye of a man hath not seen. Why is why are they talking during the summation examination? Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to have them penetrate the skin? Whoa. But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in songs.
I don't know what he's talking about. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. When they do, you find yourself blasted back into your angelic heights in the ultimate gas explosion.
So Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement.
My pleasure. Was it a bit about ripping the thief apart that you enjoyed?
A little before that part about abject violence. It's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it. This could shift the balance.
The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality he's a common thief of my company's gas.
Gas?
Gas.
So that could apply to any of their statements, really. I'm gonna press the other 2 juries. Gas, yeah, the gas company.
Hold it!
You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir?
It is lost. It's what it's all about.
What's that?
I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it?
The derby?
It was a dead sort, that's the thing. Couldn't news.
So I took my wife's secret savings.
Then homeless old man went and did the unthinkable. That stupid Finnish lass.
Oh dear, I think it's clear what happened, isn't it?
This is the day the mistress uses her savings for a trip down the pub. Come on, let the business lie down. Just give it up.
No, it's not gonna happen. Wow, useless.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir?
I'm not meant to page, but I get up at 5 every morning. I do.
At 5? You're really an early riser then, aren't you?
What's that now?
I say you're an early riser.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night.
Oh, what's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night?
That's right, you see. 3 hours of missing time, like I said, it's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping.
The key to summation examination is identifying the contradiction between juror statements, Mr. Naruhodo.
I found 2 jurors whose statements can't coexist. Let's pit them against each other. Alright. So do I pit the queen bees with the first one or the second one? I would assume the first one. Because he's a fraudsman, right?
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Goodness gracious! Those two statements are you referring to, counsel? Juror number 1.
What are you really about, lad?
Oh, Naruhodo, nice outfit. I presume you heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas.
Oh, yes.
The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief.
So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
It's true, we don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch employee, office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's order.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. Whew. If I could show Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you would assure me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Judge! Yes, I did say that. And as a matter of honor, I hold on to it. I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Oh, well, yes. Now we found the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've been saying.
Why is this man on the jury?
Sure, this means you'll recap a few points. It will shoot me down to the ground.
I can see why Barok doesn't like the jury at all. Because they're stupid as hell.
Okay, well, I'm not having any problems. I was trying to be over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
Show me William Shakespeare, if that's your real name.
What do you mean if that's your real name? Is that not his real name? Don't start, not Eggert again. He's dancing, that's not his real name. Like, stop.
We have to do it demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are.
Gubba-dugga-dunk. That's right. That's the way the news goes, my dear fellows. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory!
Oh, Susato, your dress. All that in a courtroom. Jesus, oh, that's quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leading has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say no guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord and order the trial to continue.
Oh! You've spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare.
Dots! The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find that you are unable to trust you, the victim. Oh, my controller! Oh my gosh! My Joy-Cons don't start on me now. Oops. Oh no, don't worry, the controller is safe. It still works. Darts! But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Sorry, my controller, the moment that Shakespeare came on the screen, my controller wanted to yeet out of this universe. Thank God. So God mend me. God, speaking of God, I do swear. This gas man speaketh now that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. It burneth bright for a while, but it hath no substance. It doth reek foul. What? What did you say? Hey! Do I take it, Mr. Shamsby, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, thou, my lord. Hold on. It appears the man who stole our thumbnails has changed them. Oh good, he's removed the thumbnails that he stole from me. I shall remove the copyright. Let me just remove the copyright removal request real quick. Because some user stole our thumbnails and I DM'd him and he replied and he removed them already. He just messaged to remove them. Let's see. Caca sauce. Hello, YouTube. I hereby retract my claim of retract my what? Copyright infringement as the user in question has oh jeez. Give me a second. This is gonna take a while. This is 4 links. There we go. There we go. The guy said he didn't know that would be a problem for taking the thumbnail. I'm like, bro, are you serious? There we go. Take it. Nice timing. Okay, back to the clown. Sorry, you have to email to respond to copyright, to remove a copyright request. Most heartily, my lord! Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind and sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. I die every time he does that. This guy has to, you flowery mouth pompous beanpole. Beanpole? Yes, just cause I ain't got evidence yet. Mr. Shakespeare, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, whatever, if you're a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. Dots. I speak in all English text. This is my considered opinion. That at the present time, no other possible culprit of the crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far has heavily implicated the defendant. In short, it would be not unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no! However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court to pursue the point any further.
Objection.
What? Are you serious? I assure you, my lord, that there will be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Jury number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we? Worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gas man's order. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. Oh my god, I thought he was gonna be like the first case where like, nobody's guilty or not guilty. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it's my pleasure. On Altamont gas never. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him as a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. What? Oh yeah! Sweet as honey! Oh yeah, baby! Oh yeah! Whoa. Very well, and as an exception, I shall honor your request. The juror is going to the stand? What the hell? Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Man, is gonna stay, mark my words. You both will testify before the court on the subject of legal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes, is that clear, my good man? It is Altamont Gas, my lady, which is the clearest in the world. What? Why is she allowed as the juror? Aren't jurors supposed to be unrelated to the people in question? Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Sato?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why is the juror on the stand? That we didn't ask for? I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and money meter collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept through penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet the meter in the Shakespeare's room didn't have a single
Coin in it!
meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though. And the collection agent has the only key.
Watch her be the murderer. Or the attempted murderer or whatever. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. What do you mean by that remark, one thinks? Did the mustachio Nipronis poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet now we must listen to this appearance. Cool game. Oh! Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than a geographical distance! But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Oh! Oh, my eye! Do what you will.
Lord Van Zix appears to be in violent mood.
Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Is he Egbert? Just kidding. If William is not his real name, I'm gonna literally like cry blood. I hate enough of people who wiggle around and have no real name. I'm proud to be the company's eastbound investigator meet man.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. I have to try and catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Whoa. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before as well as Mr. Shakespeare's? Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, really. Because they had the warmth of each other. I mean, what? I mean, have you seen their wrestling match? What?
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books.
And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. You will coyly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. You'd say the T, but what? Not to mention that, really, but as you wish. Altamont gas meter.
Hold it!
So all London houses have a gas supply that are fitted with these gas meters, are they?
In the latest model, the height of technology developed by our company, Altamont Gas. Anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes.
So if a 3p coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people will use about 3 coins a night. It'd be more than that usually, with gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in his room, does he? I don't know, I don't remember.
Some people still choose to use candles, of course, only for have gas for heating. Ah yes, I do remember seeing candles in Natsume's room, actually.
So how does the company in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties or the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right. And yet the meter in the shop, they haven't seen a coin.
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. She's been pitching the gas over for ages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room, I take it.
Naturally, we took off the wall and went over it with fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. And one with indestructible lurk. A Shakespeare special!
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. Even after all that, the Rascus meter was still empty. I never forget the humiliation when I opened up the money box and found it there. You what? You what? He said, ew. His eyes. And the look on his face. Oh my god, I've seen this animation before. Isn't this the same? this pulling the scarf animation reminds me of the bananas guy from one of the older games. That swami smile of his. Huh. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing! Not a trace of being jamming open anywhere. Not a single sign. That's what's happening to my salary as a result. Down by 3 shillings a day. This what? Life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of the meter? Nothing became of it. I still got it. Oh. Right here. Oh, thanks. No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is going on. Nice, let's investigate it. Definitely, although at first glance there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue your testimony. Hold on, gotta look at my box. Though I would say as much value as the contents of the meter. Oof! The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with at all as a collection. Aha, so we had to investigate and find that it has been tampered with. A meter that dispenses gas for a set time after a coil is inserted, it spots a very strong lock developed with Shakespeare in mind. Well, it's Dorothy as hell. What's that green stuff? Is that supposed to be part of it? There's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it?
The money box is sealed with beeswax too.
Ew. If Mr. Sholmes were to get up any mischief, he'd be found out immediately.
Mr. Naruto! Mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would...
You know it, you didn't finish that sentence, don't you?
Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? What about on top? Nothing? Nothing? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this gas meter? Aha! Oh, what?
Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruto?
Just here, there's a little hole. There's a little hole. Oh, do you see?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
Not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I say.
You think it might have been opened up by Shakespeare?
Possibly. It seems people at Altamont Gas must have missed it.
Well, it certainly seems to go all the way to the inside.
Yes, but there's no way a coin would fit through there.
That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
Aha! Sorry, madam. There is a hole in the box.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with.
What?
Get away! I've been over and over to that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What?
Oh, you're right. You're quite right. There's a hole in there.
The meters are supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shakespeare secretly opened up this hole for himself.
Yes, I wouldn't be so surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. Couldn't get a farthing through that.
Dots. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter's design.
What sort of details?
Well, what I specifically would like to know is how it differentiates coins. Maybe he just put rocks inside and then like pretend it's coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny a coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin is being fed is a penny bit?
Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells a coin apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A true penny is with 3/4 an inch diameter. Other coins just won't fit.
I see, it's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend their formal testimony with that information, in case it's pertinent. Nothing else will fit. Nothing else will fit, she says. Nothing else will fit, she says. What about this? No? Exact diameter and thickness of a true penny. What's a true penny? Do I have to Google that? Oh, Canto Raid, thank you! Gabriel is a fool, thank you for the raid. Glass Wish, thank you for the raid. Johnny Boy, thank you for the raid. Odyssey, thank you for the Canto raid. Dragon, thank you for the raid. Holy. Nels Donners, thank you for the raid. What's up, Johnny Boy? Kitsu, thank you for the raid. Shy, thank you for the raid. Evangeline, thank you for the raid. And Celebi, yo, what's up, Celebi? Heart Art Hollow, the time for raiding has come. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Exclamation Kairu. And for anyone new, we are currently playing some Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney. We Shiny Hunt, we do art streams. We'll be streaming on Twitch soon. But the rest of Ace Attorney I want to do on YouTube. So if you want to follow on Twitch, we'll be streaming there soon. The music is joyous to your ears, yes. Beautiful music. You're the one I forgot to tell you change your name. You've been busy with waifu stuff. Oh, Mayu! Yeah, I remember Mayu. Mayu Arts. I forgot what the full actual username was. But I think it's like Mayu and then it has the word arts inside. I forgot the name. But I remember you. But thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Were you shiny hunting for the shaman? I hope it was good. Right now we're trying to expose the Shakespeare man for being a thief. Still keeping the faith, is supposed to, of course. I'm on my knees every day, praying real hard. This game makes me want to pray so bad. Every time I see Barok's legs, I want to pray. I want to get on my knees and pray. Nothing else will fit. Nothing else will fit, she say.
Hold it!
Some weird name you gave yourself, we see what hard to pronounce. Still after the headstrong, whoa, you got this, I believe. But how's everyone's week been? Hope everyone has a good day. But conversely then, we do voices for the characters too. It would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin, in terms of diameter and thickness, could equally be used. Would that be true?
Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into a certain extent as well.
That's true. If I find any fake coins in the box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as fine.
Ah, his bag makes him look like a bee. may or may not just advertise you and carry to your best friend. Oh, thank you. You get the hedgehog eventually. How about Sonic instead? I mean, isn't Sonic Ultimate Colors or whatever the game is? The chin on that man. Oh yeah, the chin on that man is the characters in this game are something else. We got some nice people over here. Really for moments like. Oh my god, he really reminds me of now his animation looks like Frank Sawyer. Guess where do you live for them? Haha. It was saying the gas company has stolen everything. Wahoo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Automotive all the way! That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are those true penny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. I don't know what that means!
What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is this 2 centimeters?
2 centimeters?
Measurement is significant, or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's transaction we should be focusing on.
Yes, you may be right. Okay. Like asking about whether the beetle can be dismantled, for example. Delve deeper, let's go. The chain makes Usopp from One Piece look like second rate. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there's no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, it does make some sense. But the padlocks are made first-class locks made from the finest quality steel, and the meter box itself is made from plain steel as well, well shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Wahoo! Yeah, nothing leaks from an Ultimate meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. I see. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it's pertinent. Alright, okay. All joints in the meter are well shut. The lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. Huh? Yeah. Nani? What? Did he take soap and put in the freaking thing? Huh? Wait. No, that can't be. Nah. No, right? This is not soap, is it? Does soap melt like that? Did he break soap and put in the gas machine? And then like from the bottom hole it melts it onto the ground here? No way. Wait a second. Cause I think it has to be the freaking coin thing. Has anyone ever tried? Yeah, I tried it, bro. Give it up before long. After all, they actually broke the meter. The company would be able to take legal action. That makes sense.
What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Yeah, I think it has to be the coin thing. He was cutting soap. That's what he was doing with the fork. He was using the fork to cut the soap. Oh my god. Oh wait! No. So okay. I got it now. I get it now. I see. It is the soap. So this is the dialogue previously. It is the soap. Because, as we see in our court record, we have one of the soap bars from the machine, from the crime scene. And there's a freaking hole here. And previously there was a red thing, like a red, like plastic. It would look like transparent, like orange transparent looking thing. Is this, isn't it? Look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, 2 centimeters across. 2 centimeters.
Or 3/4 of an inch. Ah! Do you think?
We did find this soap at the scene, didn't we?
Yes. Yes, there were 2 bars on the little ledge outside the window. So we took this one. I'm sure when we first found it, there was something, a sort of reddish medallion in the middle. I remember it clearly.
But there's no sign of it now. Where would it have gone? He's been making soap coins? What the hell? It really is the soap. That's why there's like liquid on the floor. It's the melted soap or whatever. See, this is the great part of Ace Attorney. They come up with the craziest things.
Objection!
Booms! But make sure to thumbs up the stream if you can. There'll be a lot of Ace Attorney in the next weeks before we start the Twitch streams. Which exclamation Twitch if you wanna follow me on Twitch. We'll be streaming a lot of games there the same, like Animal Crossing, more Pokemon. There's a few other games I wanna play too. Let me just confirm something here. If a diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a true penny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating Mr. Shakespeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly.
Something the same size as a true penny bit. What was it?
The item in question is this. Well, have you been inhaling gaseous bar soap? So he's been using that like as a mold or something? He uses the soap as a mold for the coins.
Certainly looks like nothing like a true penny bit, I must say.
It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here!
Got it!
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Ah! You're referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right, a depression that approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a true penny bit. Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a true penny bit? AFK, alright? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
They all start throwing coins from the gallery. Thanks to a coin member of the public in the gallery, I here have a true penny bit. Now to see if it fits. Dots. My word! It could have been more snugger. As I suspected, this is without a doubt a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it.
Go! So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has tentative connection to the theft of the gas? Yes! Now you're interested in the gas theft, huh? The depression in the soap was clearly made by a true penny bit. I must concur that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coins in the shape. The real question is how we get the person coin back out of the soap. Ask the person to take the whole soap back after the case is done. Just take the soap. Use it. It's a very special soap. Don't drop the soap though. Then you should use to have some melted wax or something to pour in the mold and make fake coins in no time. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm definitely thinking exactly those words. This brings back all the pieces of the puzzle together. This is the method that Mr. Shakespeare had been using to steal the gas. It's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found out when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic, that could make him disappear.
Dots. I see. That's what we're dealing with, isn't it? Just one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes.
Welcome back. Exactly. The meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method being used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that's your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify those remnants at court at once. What? Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins be disappeared to? The green thing on the thing? Is that weird? Like, the green stuff? I don't know. This is quite a tough padlock!
What are you doing, Mr. Naruto?
Oh, I was just seeing if it was possible to force it open.
If you break it, I'm afraid you'll be forced to pay a fine.
Oh no! That was close then. Perhaps tell me a little sooner next time. It sounds like the gasman didn't find a single coin in this meter.
But no one could survive a London winter without gas lamp, certainly not without gas stove.
How does it go? Out, out, brief candle, something like that?
Perhaps it's the same kind of spell that Mr. Shamsper had been using to make the coins come out.
Or magic or not, there must be some trace of the method he used on this meter somewhere. We need to look over very, very carefully. Very, very carefully. Inside? Is it a green thing? There's this little hole at the bottom of the meter here, isn't there? It looks as though it was made by somebody who really didn't have the right tools.
It actually does go all the way to the inside, though it's hard to see unless you look closely. In fact, it goes right to the part where the money ends up.
I suppose it's nothing then.
Oh,
Well, you couldn't possibly extract a coin. It's a small hole.
I suppose not.
But then the question remains, why would somebody go to the effort of making a hole here? Wait, where on the meter is the remnants? Where the remnants? Is it the green thing? I'm gonna try the green thing. That's the company's beeswax, no? No, this is the same as earlier. I'm gonna try the green thing.
Got it!
The answer is right here, clearly. Oh, no, it's not, is it? No! Not. My Nipponese friends panic strike. So is this the hole? Well, no. Remnants of the figure. So it is the hole? There's nothing else! I can't save!
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Beaterman, were loitering, freezing in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. I get it now. What? That's right. Oh, to freeze the soap so it won't melt. The answer is, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. Yo! After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them to the gas waiter. Oh, so that thing was ice. Okay. That makes sense. The red, the orange thing, it was ice. It was just orange. Okay. 2 in a row, giving him light and warmth in spades. His room becomes very comfortably warm. The ice now inside in the meter box, coin box melts, turning back into water and draining the harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. Ice! That's how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Ah! Dots? Dots. Dots.
Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us with all some bars of soaps and some water?
That's right, madam.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and water can render it totally useless?
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence.
Sorry?
I want evidence! If you're going to stand here and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she?
My god. What's wrong with her? Very well. It's the freaking melty, the water on the floor in the picture. If you like evidence, I'll provide it.
What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying? Do you actually have evidence to support this theory?
Only. I did notice a trace of something that bothered me at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we come up with now could explain it. Bad luck. This piece of evidence substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas. The beeswax.
Take that!
Ain't none of your beeswax. It is a court of law, gotta have that evidence. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Gregson. It clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare. I want evidence! Well, go tough luck. Not everyone can get what they want. I want an ass. Tit it out. Oh, all you gotta ask. Baroque is right there. What remnants? I still got my wine glass over here. I brought like 10 bottles. Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly under the meter. Is that water or did he pee there? Nobody knows. But what?
What's that, some grubby stain?
Almost certainly it's a water stain resulting from the liquid drained out of the hole. The meter hole. Oh, what a new hole every game. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. It's a wet. Is Van Zix the prosecution? He seems surprisingly cooperative with you. Honestly, Van Zix is one of the more cooperative prosecutors. He might hate us because we are Nipponese, but honestly, he doesn't really fight back that much. Like, when he fights back, he fights hard, but he actually one of the more he's respectful in terms of being a lawyer, kind of. He just doesn't like the fact that we're Japanese people. What? Like, even in the first case, we were working together in the very first case. He doesn't insult us. He just hates everybody.
This is awful.
And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shakespeare was slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half.
You're right.
It would appear to me then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
Oh, you stupid judge. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm a lawyer here. I'm only here for Naruto.
No surprise autopsy report from Van Ziggs then, nope. All he does is insult everybody.
Jury, you suck. You're so stupid. Scotland Yard, suck it. Nipponese, die.
Is the stream good? Are we good? Is the stream dead? Did the stream die? They might have skipped a little bit. We should be good now though. Did you just tell me to ow ow ow?
Suck.
What?
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, you stupid Santa Claus. Certainly not.
He didn't beat around the bush there, did he?
He can beat around what? Never mind. In truth,
Mr. Shakespeare was found with a fork in his hand. 8 people. You can still see everything. Okay, cool. Did you mean to say that he was using the fork to what? Fork you up? What?
yes.
To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap.
Oh!
But the bar is broken in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good. What the hell? Good gracious. Oh my god, my child! You hit my son!
Sorry, don't. I'm not sorry at all.
Lord Van Ziggs! That's a second bottle! That's $1,000 worth of champagne!
I was throwing my hand up in despair and accidentally hit the child right behind me. Oops. And I oop. And happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Whoops. Forgive, pray, forgive my maladroit mistake.
What is the meaning of this, counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well...
That Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, his testimony is unreliable.
That's what she said. Exactly.
Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Well...
We know that can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no other sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for an immediate adjudication.
You! What? Order in the courtroom! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruto!
What? What is the point of the last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all? Like Van Ziggs is saying. Our directors and designers knew what they were doing when they drawing Van Ziggs. What did the last cross-examination prove? That he's a fool? That he's a scammer? that he could be lying about his testimony. That oh, it has to make a difference, right? It has to make a difference. His incredible design. It has to make a difference. Oh, does it? I'm gonna just object and see what happens. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to steal the gas. What's more there to discuss? Lord Van Zix is just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court to believe, none of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to lack of evidence. Oh! I can't believe he realized that! He thinks. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question now we need to reconsider, namely... Wait, let me see the questions. Was the poison in the tea? What? Was the poison in the tea? Was there another visitor? What would... Wait. Was there someone else? Was there another visitor? Or was the poison in the tea? Or was the poison in the soap? Wait, what? In the... The poison in the gas? But it's all the same pipe. That would make no sense. Wait, what did he just say? One is an assumption. Who's responsible? The assumption is that there was poison in the tea. They assume because of the medical report. High likelihood that it's been mixed, but they have no sample for testing. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare, or do if that's how you roll. oh my. Don't drop the cell out. He did drop half of it at least. While he was battling with the wrestling match. It was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best. The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. And since there's no trace of the tea left at the scene, they couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And in particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
Ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? I mean, there's the tea ring. The tea ring is still there, right? Right? I don't know. I don't know. The tea ring is still made of the tea, no?
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, counsel? Well, I suspect it may possibly... I guess it's not. You'll be digging for a very long time indeed, my little friend. No! Wait, it's not! Oh my god. We're running out of lives. I need to save and...
Sometimes I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm to escape his deep sarcasm. I advise you to think one more for your answer this time. Wait, what evidence? Let me see this. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of this defendant's tea? About the nature of his tea? There's a pot here at the back. Don't know if that's the tea. You need to play Ace Attorney, man. These games look like a lot of fun, especially for playing for an audience. Yeah, it's very fun. Like, I had fun playing the first games, like, on my own. But it was very fun to stream them and to have to see the reaction of the audience, the people in the chat. Is it the teapot in the back? Is that a teapot? What is that?
Take that!
Oh my god, it's not this. Hold on. Restart! We got this. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Art save. Don't worry, the drama is still real. The evidence that the tea... Wait. Evidence from the scene of the crime that can tell us about the defendant's tea? What is it? What are they talking about? Was he using the tea as the coin? Is that why it was orange color? Because it was orange for some reason, it wasn't like transparent. It was the tea. He was using the tea as the soap, wasn't he?
Take that!
Good gracious! The soap again! The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice. That's right, my lord. It just come back to me. Something about when we first found his bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. What bars of soap are lined up? What are bars of soap lined up on the ledge of outside? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So, discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. Shut up! Let me finish. In a way, yes, there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something obviously strange. They were red! Or whatever. Red, orange, whatever. I've lost track. So far you get it that the soap was the poison. The poison was apparently... They're assuming that the tea is the poison. And the guy is using the soap molds to make fake coins out of ice. So now we're saying that that instead of drinking the tea, he made coins with the tea. The ice was red. No! You mean... That's right! It's obvious to me now! The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea! Oh! What? I will remind the court of a statement made by Natsume earlier in this trial. Good evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Shakespeare's room as a gift. Public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water, especially to make him. This is the result! I will never touch tea again! Never! Oh yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It's particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So on the night in question, Mr. Shamsville, having no running water to use, that's why I used the tea instead, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. Your crook sounds order 1-6 go. Seem like half the time.
There were 2 bars of soap on that window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene.
That's right. We only borrowed one of them.
Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspier's window. Extraordinary! Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even 1 drop of tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. We are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea has actually contained strychnine or not. Oh! You smug Nipponish little piece of... Oh! Strangle you with my hands! Put my freaking wine glass in your asshole! Whoa, 1-6, calm down. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar soap at the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Oh my god! Bailiff! Hello! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once! Yes, my lord, understood. Aggressive. It would say we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. Sorry. I trust you have no objection, my Lord Von Zeeks. No. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. Wait, we have a day 2! We've never had a day 2 ever! In this game, at least, in this series. The previous game didn't have multiple days of investigating. The prosecution and defense might conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. Don't. So this case might be very long then. Well, we managed to scrape through that somehow. Thank you, councils. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. Wow. I guess we'll see. Oh man! I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow then. Should we see them what they say in the antechambers first before we end the stream? I think that's a good point to end the stream. Investigation part 3. Wait, why is my table empty? What the hell is happening? Do we save this for tomorrow? Why is my table empty? Where's my stuff? Where's my office? Nani? Do we save this for tomorrow? We didn't even need to restart in the end. What? Huh? Wait. What? Huh? I guess we'll have to see what happens. I'll probably stream this tomorrow, because I want to play through the game. But what? Or do we continue? I don't know. It's scared. This is normally the time where we end. Where's my stuff? Is this before we stayed here? No. This was after we stayed here. I need to know. I need to know where's my stuff. Quite a cliffhanger to leave on. Is this before we stayed at Mr. Show's house?
remember. What was the second case in the last game? I'm so used to seeing my stuff in the room. We made it back in one piece just. Step size bonds is moving empty table, you know what I mean? More space for ow! To be perfectly honest, yeah, we'll see what they're doing here before they leave to investigate. I thought we would finish there for a while.
Oh, I know. Lots of cool shapes. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You're nearly very flattened several times.
Oh no, didn't mean that. Maybe this is before we moved in here. That makes no sense.
Yes, I know. It was merely marvelous defense. Naruto-san, it was. I was in awe of you.
Oh, thank you.
Now you know your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time. Let's see if we can't find new clues for tomorrow.
Yes, let's do that. Dots.
Is everything alright?
I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. Okay, maybe this is before. I don't remember.
Dots.
The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? Of course! Of course they had to bring him up! It should be him standing in my shoes. Stop! I should have ended just now! It should be Kazuma. Oh, I should have ended. Now they had to bring up Kazuma's name. So bring him up!
It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him.
No, it was my wish. It was our wish for him to be a lawyer here and for me to be his boyfriend. That was the dream. But now he's dead. Why you gotta remind me all the time? I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. He had to take me on a date here. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him.
And you're doing wonderfully, Naruto-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say the exact same thing if he was here with us.
Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Kazuma, well, we'll end there with the reminder that our best friend is dead. Thanks a lot, Naruto. But yeah, we'll end there. How heartwarming. I thought, okay, this was before we moved our stuff in here, I guess. I literally don't remember about the last case. But we will end for today. We'll continue this tomorrow. On tomorrow's stream. For more investigation and probably the next trial session. The Legend Defense Attorney. Kiryu? But shall we do a raid if there's people to do a raid with us? Naruhobo. That's him in the future when he becomes like Phoenix. Might not make it to tomorrow's stream, but have fun, that's alright. Yeah, all the Ace Attorney streams will be on YouTube, but I need to make the layouts for the Twitch streams and stuff. You must take your leave, it's rather late for you over here. You're down, you're oh my. Yeah, we'll do a raid. Probably will be a small raid, but that's fine. We'll do a hashtag Bosu raid. For those who are leaving to get the sleep, go get your sleep. I'm gonna go do some work, play some games. We shall raid you. Hello. But here's the link. I shall see y'all tomorrow for part 2 of this case. But here's the link. Thank you for watching the stream and all the raids. But for now, goodbye. And oh, farewell.
will die. Whatever the guy says. Goodbye.
Peace.
Next timing.